refueling. Request
Copy.
rearming.
Copy. Refueling complete. Rearming complete.
Radio check. Next or on the A10 or to our right.
Check.
That copy, how are you, me?
Yeah, finally. Had a bit of an issue with controls not being detected. And then I had an OBS issue, so I just finished fixing up.
Oh, right.
Are you live tonight? I've just clicked my live.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Okay.
Oddly, I noticed we have one of the A20s is Upper Angels 29. That's a bit unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably means someone's got itself in a twist.
The reason I noticed it initially was like there was a vapour trail way above the airfield. In fact, there's one now above the airfield. And when I looked to see what was in that area, it's A20 and it's currently at 29,000.
Yeah. I mean, the upside is that the lines have gone off over to wherever it is they're going. So yeah, I think the server must have hiccuped at some point. We've got 2109s coming in from the southwest.
Didn't get the last bit. Something about the server.
Server might have hiccuped, but we've got 2109s coming in from the southwest.
Oh, copy that. Okay. And they're at 6,000, so I'm going to climb to stand a chance of meeting them. There they are. I can see them anyway. Don't know if the viewer can see those because they're just like pixels, but I can see them. I suspect those two might be passives. Closing on the trailing 109. they have blue wings. Engage. Engaging leader.
Roger, sorry, I was fighting with the A10.
He's on fire, he's down. I think the first one might have gone down.
Which ones you doing again? The 109s or the 20s?
Yeah, the 109s. The passives, but I followed them. I hit the trailer. I didn't see a message to say he'd gone down, but he was losing altitude from about 6,000. He dropped down to about 3. So then I was on the leader, which I just taken out. Stiggy, hello Stiggy.
Yeah, sometimes well, sometimes I've noticed you don't actually get a damage report, and it'll go down, and you won't necessarily get the message to credit you. Other times, it will just coast. I was reading that although these aren't expert or veteran or whatever the rank is, the quote was, AI is AI. It will try and do stuff even if it can't. So if you've got it to a point where it's damaged and technically dead, it will still try and fly, and sometimes it will manage it, which is why sometimes we see an aircraft with no control surface being remarkably effective, because the AI says, well, you've made me an expert level, so surely I must be able to do this.
Yeah.
But that's because it's not an expert, that's the principle. I can't remember where I was going with that. Totally lost.
Well, just the fact that it doesn't credit it necessarily, even if it goes down, I think is where we were at.
Oh, that's right, yeah. So, while you may get the kill because of the AI, it will take longer for it to reach a state of being dead.
Yeah. Okay, well it has credited me with the one that I just shot down. I'm now going to try and find the first one, which I think got out of it and climbed to 7,000. I think he's on his way back to Malchik. Yeah, and I've got quite a distance between me and him, so I might not. I might just let him go. Can't see me catching up with him before he gets to Malchik, so. So I'm going to settle down more to cruising speed. I haven't actually used too much in the way of ammo, so I'm probably okay for a minute. Sorry, I don't know if you're still there, Stiggy, but yeah, hello, sorry, that was a very brief hello. Hope you're doing okay.
Sorry, say that again, I didn't quite hear it.
Okay, do I need to bring the engine sound down a bit, Steggy? On the assumption you're going to say yeah, oh sorry, that's the wrong button. On the assumption you're going to say yes, I've brought the engine sound down a bit.
Just a tad will help, cheers.
How's that? I have brought it down a bit, and I've moved onto the mic. I'm being a bit more conscious of making you like hear me.
Stitch I 2023. okay.
Very good, thank you, sir. I suppose I could boost my mic a bit. I might get away with that.
Stitch I 2023. How's your Christmas going?
Well, I'm one of those sad people that if I could have jumped from the 15th of December to the 2nd of January, I would have done. Christmas is not my thing nowadays. But got through it. Now, once we get past New Year, I'll start feeling a bit more normal, I think. Boosted my mic a bit more. I don't know if that helps or whether it's making it noisy.
Stitch I 2023. Oh, that's better.
Very good. Boosted to more than I would normally have it. I sometimes suffer noise on this mic, depends on various situations, but if it's not noisy and if it's understandable, we're good.
Stitch I 2023. Defo better.
Oh, jolly good. That was worth doing then. There's only a tiny tweak. Blimey, that drink's going down quick. I might need another one. Follow Laxor around, see if I can be of any help, if I can find him. Well, there he is. I don't know if you can see him, but I can see him as a pixel. He's within my sight area now. Out of interest, can you see, with this view, can you see Laxor's aircraft as a pixel in my reticle?
Stitch I 2023. Can I see what?
Well, in my reticle at the moment, there's a black dot, about 1 pixel, that shows that it is Laxor's A10 aircraft. I just didn't know if you would be able to see it in your view.
Stitch I 2023. I can bring you.
Yeah, you'll see it pass through the yellow reticle now. It's more easy to see as it passes through the edge of the reticle. not sure where he's going. I'll see if I've got his radio on. I'll check it out. Lexor, copy. What's your objective? Anything specific?
Stitch 2023.
Currently trying not to crash, because I keep forgetting what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I'm following Laxor. That's the pixel that I was
just trying
talking about, the
to
black
set up
dot.
a couple of buttons. Unfortunately, I only found they weren't set whilst after I was in the air. So kind of.
Oh right, so he's
looking for a mapping, trying to work out
he's
what I can
setting
set it to,
controls.
and then setting it without crashing, which doesn't necessarily work in one smooth manoeuvre.
Yeah, I got that. So Laxor is basically setting up a few things that will allow him to release missiles, etc., and do as he wants to. But there's a few things he didn't do before he took off, which he's having to do in the air. So basically, what am I chasing? I'm chasing Laxor. You can see him there, just top left, or top right rather, above me. So I'm really just following him in case I can be of any backup. If he hits a ground unit or whatever, I can
Stitch
follow up.
2023. The A10.
Yes, the A10, yeah. I could spot the view onto him, but then the aircraft will be flying, my aircraft will be flying itself, which is obviously a bit dangerous.
Stitch 2023. I bet it flies better than an A10 LOL.
What, you mean you bet the A10 in DCS flies better than a real one, is that what you mean?
Stitch 2023. I thought my potas was faulty when I first flew TH10.
Yeah, well the thing is, you probably need to sort out curves as well, don't you? For your flight stick, for your pitch and your roll. You do need to be aware of your curves.
Stitch 2023. Needed trimming and not constantly.
Oh, I've not particularly found that it needed constant trimming. Although I'm gotta say, I'll admit I don't fly it that often. I could fly it tonight, I suppose.
Stitch 2023. Someone told me it was normal for a 10.
Well, yeah, quite possibly. I'm probably just such a bad pilot that I just do stuff to overcome poor trimming without realising that I'm doing it.
Sorry if I drift around a lot, but I'm finding it very difficult to keep straight.
Actually, I got Steggy 2023 on my stream, and he was saying that when he first flew the A10, he thought there was something wrong with his stick because he had to keep on trimming it.
Yeah, I'm like trimming it, and then 10 seconds later I'm rolling, or my head tracker's falling off my head, which complicates things even more.
Well, yeah, head tracking, falling off head is, you know, a bit of an additional thing that they wouldn't have to cope with. But yeah, Steve was saying that someone told him that that's fairly normal for a real A10. Hello Greyco, welcome. We got Laxor ahead of us here in the A10.
Stage I 2023. I fly F-16 mostly so I think fly-by-wire makes it so easy.
See, I've got the F-16, I've flown it, but I've kind of lost interest in it because like you don't have to fly it so much, do you? You don't even have to adjust the flaps because it does it itself, doesn't it? So I prefer these old Warbirds with that big fan at the front of the aircraft. These are my favourites, absolutely. The jets really are doing less and less for me. The A10 is a good fun aircraft because of its armaments, etc. and the brrr, but the thing that I really like is the Warbirds. I don't know if Laxor's going in for an attack. I'm just following him so that if he does I can maybe offer some support if necessary.
I wouldn't follow me too far and know that the ZSUs, they will tear you.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Say again.
The ZSU's in front close. Turning off, braking off.
Copy, following. So if anyone just joined, that's Laxor in front of me, just to my 11 o'clock. I was just following him, and if he makes a ground attack, I can perhaps act as support. Yeah, so
I've stabilised
steady
a
on.
little bit because I remembered where my altitude hold button is, so it might be I might be a little bit hands off, but at least I'll be fine in a straight line.
Just the beginning of that, sorry, because I was speaking, so again.
Found altitude hold, so I'll be able to hold a straight line for longer.
Ah, totally good, that's good, good, good. I've dropped back a bit, so I'm going to try and creep up again. But in no time at all, you find yourself overshooting, and of course, you haven't got brakes like you've got on a car.
Stage I 2023. I just bought the Spitfire to learn to fly it. Had a problem with nose lifting all the time and could stop it climbing unless I held the stick forward. Even tried trim wheel on full.
Okay, Steg, join us in this mission, and I'm absolutely certain that we can get you comfortable with the stick.
I'm going to do a slow right and go back in along that line.
Copy that. Yeah, so come and join us on this server, on this mission, Steg. And if you're not as sure to get in, I can't remember if you've been here before, just type exclamation mark DCS in this chat and it will give you the necessary information. I'm absolutely confident that we can get you much more happy, much more comfortable with a Spitfire. And I want to, because I want to get you flying Spitfires. I want lots of people flying Spitfires and Warbirds.
Straightening up.
Stage I 2023. I will another time because I keep getting broke off.
Okay, I've got a problem. I've just run out of fuel. So if you copy, I've not been watching my fuel, and my reserve tank is pretty much empty, so I'm going to be belly flopping, pancaking in a field somewhere. I'm way too far to get back to the airfield.
Right, okay.
Quite forgot just how long I've been flying around for, but there's no way I'm going to get back to the airfield.
Stage I 2023. Is there another field local?
No, sadly, Steg, no. This is our Mosdock airfield is the closest, and I can't reach that, so I'm going to have to belly flop. I'm not going to put my gear down, because if I do that, it will nose over. Flaps are down. All I can do is hope for a nice clean belly flop. Good enough, good enough. That's a walk away. Still down to me because I just wasn't checking my fuel. I forgot just how long I'd been flying.
Stage I 2023. Cool.
So
Stage I
not the best result.
2023. Cool.
Yeah, not the best result, but it's a walk away. But it totally comes down to me because I wasn't keeping an eye on my fuel and thinking how long I've been flying. So it totally comes down to me, but at least the aircraft, how badly wrecked, it might just be the engine prop. Yeah, that's probably not, it's not a write-off. The wings are okay, and as I purposely left the gear up because that would have caused me to nose over. The aircraft would have been a write-off. Flaps probably wrecked because they're down when I landed and they would have crashed against the ground. Let's jump out. I don't think it's going to let me. Oh yeah, it is. Can I walk? Yeah, it's going to let me walk off the aircraft. And you'll notice it's left this guy here. Hang on, let's Hold on. Oh, I can't do it. I'm going to try and point. It's very difficult
Stage
just moving the whole picture.
2023.
He's left this guy here.
Was just gonna say it would be good if you had a jerry can.
Yeah, yeah. But it's a bit of a long walk to the nearest fuel station, I think. That guy there that you're seeing is something that Laxor has arranged. When you crash, it places a guy there who may be picked up, or search and rescue. So that's what that guy is all about. Okay, so I'll select another aircraft. This one
Stage I
is
2023. Then realized it's a term from World War II.
jerry can, indeed. Yeah. It's anything you fancy me flying. I'm going to offer you the A10 or the Mosquito, or possibly the Corsair, but it's things I've got to learn about a Corsair because I keep seizing the engine up on takeoff. I think I've got to top the glass up again. What have I had that's made me really thirsty? Oh, I had some olives. I had some olives and various other bits and pieces, so maybe that's got the taste buds
Stage
saying
I
I need drink.
2023. You want me to decide?
I'm offering you the choice rather than asking you to decide. I'll offer you the choice. If you have a choice, then let me know, and if you don't, then I'll just grab anything. So really the choice is Spitfire, Mosquito or A10, I guess. All the others I'll probably need to do lots of resetting up of controls from when I had to reinstall DCS and it lost a load of stuff for the various other aircraft.
Greco 8 up. Mine 2. Stage I 2023. Try a 10.
A10, okay.
Then.
I'll go for the A10. I want the A10 at Mosdock, not at Beslan. Or Kubletti. There we are. I'm going to go for that
Stage
one.
I 2023. You may notice the trimming now mentioned it.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. It could just be that because I say I'm such a bad pilot, I just automatically adjust instead of adjusting the trim. Oh, there we are. Before I actually get going, what I want to do, if you just bear with me, I'm going to top my glass vessel up again because I've had some olives and stuff and it's like made me really thirsty, so I'll be back extremely soon. Stand by. Okay, folks, thanks for hanging on. Right.
Stage I 2023. What you're drinking?
Well, this is looking a bit pink because it's actually a cider. But what I've found is I find cider a bit sort of raw. So what I do is I put 1/4 of an inch of blackcurrant juice in the bottom of the glass, and then pour my can of cider, and it comes out that colour, and it just takes that rawness off, and it's nice. The things I will drink while I'm sitting here are that which I've just told you about, or some lager, and the chances are with the lager I'll put an inch of lemonade and a splash of lime in the bottom of the glass, so that it's I don't know where I can't remember where you're from, but we called it a lemonade and lager. It's called a lager top apparently. So it's lemonade and lager with a splash of lime, or I'll be drinking an Indian pale ale, that one, which is absolutely lovely. If you drink ale, that is a beaut. It's got a lovely bitter smack, and it's very hoppy.
IPA for the win.
Yeah. I'm glad you agree, Greco. That's beautiful. It's a bit good and bitter, and it's got a lovely hoppy smack, really strongly hopped. Cider and your UK. Oh, okay. Well, I've got Thatcher's Gold there. But I say it doesn't look gold because I put the blackcurrant juice in it, blackcurrant cordial. So some people will probably crucify me for that, but you do what you want. You do what suits you best.
2023. 4 used lots of IPA.
IPA, that's my favourite of all beers. IPA is my favourite. I'll drink just about any of them, but you know, it's a case of preferences, isn't it? Hey, we've got a pilot. Well, there's a change. I've probably got to set up a way of getting rid of him so I can see stuff, because the trouble with the pilot is he gets in the way. But I'm glad it's there. I wonder if it'll respond. Hold on. Yes, good. That was using voice attack. I just say the word pilot and it does the opposite. So if the pilot's there, it takes him out. If he's not there, it puts him in. So that's very useful, because the trouble with the pilot is it covers up a load of stuff, and I don't use keyboard shortcuts, so I need to be able to see what I've got. Okay, let's get started on the A10, and we'll see if there's anything that I need to carry on adjusting with this.
Stage I 2023. Are crossed wires. IPA is used in industries as an alcohol.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So, to me, IPA is India Pale Ale. So that I love. That's my favourite. Right. I'll first, before I do anything else, I'm going to get armed, because we spawn in with no armament. I'm just going to say bullets to get the on voice attack to get the armaments menu. If you don't use voice attack, I recommend giving it a try, because I don't ever have to touch my keyboard. It's all done either on these two units, the stick and throttle, or by voice commands. And because I have certain issues, like the wrists don't bend, so trying to reach round to get to places when the wrists don't bend, it doesn't work. So for me it suits very well not to have to do that. Right, hold on. I can't remember what I changed to. I changed to a different livery. It wasn't that one.
Stage I 2023. Not Sue, if you remember, I was the person you showed your guitars to.
Oh, okay, Steggy. Okay, now I'm terrible at remembering what I've said to whom and what, you know, and all that sort of stuff. Did I also give you links to listen to some of my own recordings? Did I do that?
Stage I 2023. Videos, yeah. Greco ate up. I did as well. Stage I 2023. LOL. Stage I 2023. I have same a 10 hot ass as you. Stage I 2023. Has it decided not to load?
No, it just it took a little while. It takes more. It's the closing time actually. It's the time it takes to close rather than the time it takes to load. So we're back on this screen and I can comfortably talk. If I try to talk to you whilst it's loading, it gives me the white screen. So I can't speak. That's why I say I leaves comms. I can't speak while it's trying to load because I will cause it to fail. Right, let's go back to multiplayer. Steg, I'd love to get you on this server if you can. I know you're saying about a time thing, but if you can, get you on this server with your Spit, and we will get you flying comfortably and happily, and you will love it. That's not a prediction, it's a command. Well, it's also a prediction.
Stage I 2023. When I got more time to concentrate, I will.
Yeah, please do. I'd love to. I'd love to get side by side with you in a Spit and talk you through things, because I know that there were things. There was a point where I thought I can't fly the Spitfire. That's not long after I bought it. I'm thinking I can't fly the Spitfire, and I was a bit disappointed. There's a few things that I then learned, and now I'm very comfortable with the Spitfire. You know, there's just a few tricks you have to learn, and it's not that difficult. But yeah, I'd love to get you flying in the Spit, and I'd love to help you to do that. Talk about a Spit, I've got to be conscious of getting the A10.
Did you have the nose up climbing issue?
For me it was mostly rolling. Now when you say nose up, I'm going to ask you, do you set trims and do you use flaps for takeoff? Because you don't want flaps for takeoff in a Spitfire. Just to finish that off, if you have flaps down on takeoff for a Spitfire, it will nose up.
Stage I 2023. Couldn't find the flap control, so no, but I found a trim wheel.
Okay, well I don't know how it works for you, because it tends to be a bit different even between our sticks, but when I use a Spit, this switch here, if you can see where I'm pointing, that's your flaps, and I literally have it that forward is flaps up and backward here is flaps down. But you might be catching something, or you might have a double mapping that's causing you to have flaps down when you don't want them down. You don't want them down for takeoff. That's a no-no in a Spitfire. Right, I'll get armed. Well, let's get rid of the pilot again first. I'll put him back later. I like the idea of a pilot because I shouldn't see an empty stick there, should I? If I look down at that stick, I should see my hand on it. Well, obviously my hand can't be on that, but a pilot's hand on it is the nearest I can get. Right, let's get armed.
Stage I 2023. Not learned the startup on this yet.
On this one, or on the A10, it's alright, it's alright. It's just committing things to memory once again. I don't know if I got the right skin here, but I'll go for it.
Request rearming. Copy.
That'll do.
Stage
Right.
I 2023. Talk me through it if you can, PLZ.
Okay, well, the first thing we have to do in this mission, in this server, is get armed, because you spawn in with nothing. So you've got to get armed. So while they're arming you, I'm gonna, let's zoom in, do a lot of this like parrot fashion. So I've got to look to see what I'm doing. Battery power on, inverter standby, whoops,
Rearming complete.
up on standby, aux gen power. We want those three. At that point you then come down here, throw these two. Now I'm gonna get these MFDs ready. I'm going to come down here and throw various switches, which I'd have to zoom in to see what they are, because I do it, as I say, I'll do it parrot fashion. I'm not a pilot, if you know what I mean. I just do stuff that makes it work. IFFCC, jitters, Kiku. And I normally arm these at this stage. The CI will probably put me on the carpet for that, because of arming stuff when you're on the ground, but there you go, I do it. Landing lights I put on, anti-skid I put on. I arm the ejector seat, because that way I can then see the APU. You'll hear that kick up. Now I'm waiting for the APU to get to 100%. When it gets to 100%, I can start my engines. I've got to pull them both back onto the... Now the way I have it set up is that I tell target to give the right signal when I push the throttle forward, to give the right signal to push the actual throttle forward on the aircraft, and then the engine will start. Before I do any of that, I'm going to get my radio on. It's a 124. Four is the frequency that we tend to use to talk to each other. We only talk on radio. We're not using Discord nowadays. We speak to each other on aircraft radio. So that's set. I can now nudge the throttle forward to get the port engine running. As I say, for me, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I use the target software, and when I push this throttle forward, it's going to come off the D10, the idle D10, and start the engine. And I want that to get to about, to about 60 psi, and when it gets to there, I can then start the other engine.
Left engine first.
That's what I do. I believe it's right, only because that's what I was told initially a long time ago. I can't even remember by whom. Probably by Laxor, but I can't be sure, because Laxor was flying it before me. Right, that engine is now up to, it's just getting up to 60. Right, now I'm going to look down here and I'll see that INS nav ready is showing. So I'm going to hit nav, and then I'm going to hit EGI. And there's a few things. Engine start cycle, that's just telling me what's going on. So pitch SAS and your SAS, these switches over here. EAC never seems to go off. Now both engines are running, or I'm approaching 60 psi, I can turn off the APUs, and that's what this is telling me here. Turn off the APU. And the other one. Right, and the wheel chocks are in on this aircraft, so we will have to take them out, or ask for them to be taken out before we move off. And also, before we move off, a couple of other things to do is you'll see that, oh hang on, Y engage pre-flight bit, yes, hang on, what have I forgotten? I've had this before and I can't remember why. I might have to ask Laxel. In the meantime, I'm gonna...
IFCC is a 3PS. Energy 999. You've only flipped it to test.
Oh, hang on. Thank you, sir. Yeah, well done. Noticed. Rather, I hadn't noticed. There we are. Yeah, well done, Energy. Thank you very much for that. That's excellent, excellent information. Right, so now I'm gonna set my seat height with this switch here. And there was something else I was gonna do. I was gonna put my wheel, nose wheel steering on, and I've set a button for that. That appears just there. The warning light is there. I've got this button here at the front of the stick I've set for the nose wheel. You'll see when I press that. We've got nose wheel steering. Steering engaged. Right, now in theory I'm kind of ready to move, but I'm going to lock the throttles together with this bolt at the front. Throttles are locked, and I'm going to ask for them to remove the chocks. And I've got this, once again, I've got this set up on voice attack. I'll just say chocks, and hopefully he will come back and say wheel chocks removed.
Copy. Wheel chocks are now removed.
999. Also, it probably doesn't matter for rockets, but your INS isn't fully aligned. A full align will be when that INS nav ready thing is blinking.
Okay, well, you're way ahead of me on this, Energy. So I'm going to recommend that that Steggy refers questions of a more technical nature to yourself, because you definitely know more of this than I do. I fly by the seat of the pants, as I would do in a Spitfire, which is my favourite of all aircraft. So yeah, so Steggy, technical stuff best referred to Energy 999, okay? And I mean that kindly. Right, wheel chocks are removed. I think I can now put the pilot back in place, but I'll just do a radio check first, assuming Laxor is on radio at the moment. 49 radio check. Not sure he's there.
2023. I fly without a pilot.
I will put the pilot there. Oh, he's there. Hang on. Yeah, Lady Lexor, copy on 124, yeah?
Yep, copy.
Okay, I did ask for radio check earlier, but I pushed the wrong button because there's a different button in this aircraft, so you wouldn't have heard it. But okay, thank you for that. Radio is good.
Okay, what are you in at the moment?
I've got an A10.
What are you in at the moment?
Got no plans. I'm just talking Steggy 2023. on my stream. I'm just talking them through startup, etc. Which is for me very much by parrot fashion. Energy 999 has made a couple of very important observations for me, and I've referred Steggy to Energy 999 for more technical questions, being as I fly by the seat of my pants in general terms.
Stegi 2023.
Yeah,
It's better than me so far.
much the same, much the same. What is it that you're in at the moment?
What am I in? A10. Oh, wrong button again, sorry. I'm in A10.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the complication is that for this aircraft, instead of pushing this button at the front here
The
downwards
A10
to
has been
speak,
making me feel incredibly deficient for the last however long I've been alive.
sorry, say again? Oh, sorry, say again?
I was just saying that the A10 has been making me feel very deficient for the last however long.
Ah, right, well, yeah, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, and I'm like that, absolutely. Just fly and enjoy, just have fun. Right. Yeah, I was about to explain to my stream that we have different push-to-talk buttons. I'll keep it in the wrong one.
At Energy 999 will IMS automatically align.
Right, so I think I'm good to roll. I'm going to put the pilot back in place, and I've got a command set up for that. Didn't work, try again. There we are. Right, so to me that feels, I should see my hand on that stick. Hopefully it won't get in the way for anything else. Actually, what I haven't done is sort out my computer to know what armament I've got, so I'll do that now. So I clicked load all. When all these dots come back, I know that the computer understands what I've got on board, and I can come over here, hit DSMS, which will allow me to choose what weaponry I want to use. So here we go. And I usually by default
Hey Bill.
select rockets. Hello Muller, nice to see you there, sir. Right, the chocks are out. I'll just check that, I'm sure they are. Yep, chocks are out. I think I'm good to roll.
Multi-flight net. Over 10.
Yeah, I've been in the Spit. I've been flying around in the Spit for a bit. So Steggy was interested in an A10, so I'm trying to oblige with that. And we've got on my stream also, we've got oh crikey, I'm terrible with that. Oh, and Energy 999, who helped a great deal with a couple of things here tonight for me. So technical advice, Energy 999. And I'll close my canopy now in case I forget, otherwise it'll get ripped off. Have a quick sip.
Multi-flight mech. I upgraded my license recently, but I probably won't relearn it until I get my new joystick and throttle.
Which license are you talking about, Molla? Sorry.
Multi-flight mech. A 10C to a 10C2 tank killer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Until I right, so what throttle and stick are you going for? Not that I necessarily know what it'll be, but which one are you going for?
Flight Mech. Verpil Alpha Prime and their centimeter 3 throttle. Energy 999. At stage I 2023 it starts once it's powered up and switched on, but you need to push the nav button on it once it's ready or you won't be able to use your autopilot. There's also an alt align thing you can turn on if you catch the alignment early. It's basically the stored heading alignment where the jet uses some knowledge about where it was when it was parked to get ready to go quicker.
Oh, that's way over my head. Like I said, I'm a Spitfire fly by the seat of your pants person. Positioned roughly ready for takeoff. I'm going to put some flaps down. This is for Steggy, but 999 I'm sure can definitely help with this as well.
Stage I 2023. Are cool.
Right, so
TNX 999.
flaps. I'm going to give it the first position of flaps. Right, and I'm going to throttle up. What we sometimes, I don't know whether you're supposed to, what you should do, I tend to just throttle up, but other people put their brakes on and then throttle up full power, release the brakes, I suppose, so you get that like full power jolt for takeoff. I'll do that, and once I get to about 70 miles an hour I will turn off the nose wheel steering.
I do the brakes.
You do the brakes, yeah, okay. Well, I would, when at 70 miles an hour, the rudder should then, by that time, have authority, so I will turn off the nose wheel steering and then rotate at about 145 and then get the gear up, put the flaps back. Right, I think we're good. Brakes are on. Nose wheel steering off. Watching speed. One 145 rotate. Gear up. Flaps normal. Now, how by the book that is, I have no idea. It gets me in the air. I've got rockets. I've got bullets. I'm a happy bunny. I'm going to make a turn and go for the, it works, yeah.
It works.
I'm going to make a turn, and to my current 3 o'clock there's a bridge, roughly centre screen now. On that bridge there are 4 BTRs, which I'm going to go for. I'm going to try rockets, but I'm notoriously bad with rockets, even this many, and I've got about 84 here. but I'm notoriously bad with rockets. I'll see if I can hit them, and if I don't, well, whether I do or not, I might come back with guns. Lexor, just to let you know. Hang on, that's not. Lexor, just to let you know, I'm gonna attack the BTRs on the bridge if they are still there.
Roger that, I haven't done anything with it.
Copy, thank you. I don't really think that using the aircraft radio is way better than
What are you
talking
going in
anyway.
with, guns or rockets?
Sorry, say again, I was speaking, say again.
Are you guns or rockets?
I'm gonna go for a whole bunch of rockets and probably miss an awful lot, then come back with guns.
One of the easiest bits of ordnance to use if you fancy a change is the Mark 82s.
Okay, explain a bit more.
Well, they're dumb bombs, so same sort of style of bomb as you'd be dropping in Spitfire or the 47, higher yield. The difference being that you will get the computer giving you a reticle to drop with. So it's the same non-technical principle, but with an electronic sight, so you've got a much greater chance of hitting.
Pull up.
There's no need to program anything. There's no need to there's no need to calibrate or lots of button pressing. You just select your bombs in the same way that you would select your rockets. And then when you nose down, you will get a bomb drop reticle, and when you get a solid circle, you know that your bombs will be hitting wherever that reticle is, and then it's just a case of flying so that you track the reticle over your target and then press your pickle button when the reticle is where you want it to be.
Yeah, copy that. Well, that sounds like a lesson for another time, but yeah, that might be something I could look at.
Yeah.
I got.
If there was an order of ordnance that I've looked at throughout DCS flying, it's been guns, then rockets, then Mark 82s, and then more technological ordnance.
Take care, buddy.
And it's like, and the stepping stone between
Andrew
Mark 82
Miller,
and rockets,
thank you for joining.
but generally, regardless of what aeroplane you're in, is minimal. The stepping stone between Mark 82s and something more technical generally tends to be quite big. So it's like it's a bit of a drop-off technology. So you get to be quite dangerous without needing to actually know loads about the aircraft that you're flying.
Okay, all right. Well, so perhaps that's.
Pull up. 2023. You got some targets, which is more than I did first draft. Altitude.
Yeah, sorry, wrong button. Yeah, I got some stuff, but I'm pretty bad. I'm saying my aircraft of choice and that which I'm most comfy in is the Spitfire and various other warbirds, but primarily the Spitfire.
Stay July 2023. A 10 Spitfire strike.
That's it. I plead guilty to trying to fly the A10 as if it's a Spitfire.
Pull up, pull up. July 2023. It works.
Well, it works that way best. It works that way best for me. Yeah.
Altitude, altitude. Pull up, pull up.
I think I only hit one out of all that lot. See, now with a Spitfire, I go over with their guns, and very often I can have like 90% of the targets. Of all those rockets, I got one kill.
Right, declare an emergency. I've lost an engine coming in from any direction that I can actually get to.
Yeah, copy that. Good luck.
I'm going to try and come in from the east. I think I'm close.
Altitude, altitude. Pull up, pull up.
So Steg, remind me, what are the criteria that we need to get by with for you to be coming into here to fly a Spitfire?
Altitude, altitude. Pull up, pull up.
I keep using the wrong reticle to aim my gun.
Believe it or not, because in your F-16 the first flight in the 10 I loaded A.
Anti-aircraft. Yeah, they're very. I quite like the anti-aircraft in the A10. Yeah, I agree with that.
July 2023.
Oh,
And they missed.
okay. I normally get some kind of success with the anti-aircraft. I've got to use a small reticle for the guns, and I keep forgetting. I keep using the wrong one, so I fire way over their heads. Let's go along like these ones on the ground, on the road.
Pull up, pull up. Altitude, altitude. Pull up, pull up.
Frame rate dropped horribly there, but apart from that, it was alright. Using the right reticle, you see, look, you end up hitting the targets. Okay, there's a bunch of BTRs north of the airfield. You can just see them below the horizon there, black dots. Not BTRs, trucks. But parallel to them in the field next door, there's a bunch of infantry with nasty stuff. And if you attack the trucks, the chances are those infantry are going to hit you with what they've got, and you're going to suffer. So I tend to use rockets rather than bullets on the infantry, because with bullets you've got to hit them directly, but with rockets the blast pattern will knock them out. So I'm going to go in and use rockets on the infantry, and then come back with guns for the trucks. Now on those two black dots there, the right one, the one on the right is the infantry, and the one on the left is the trucks. Yes, I am
Stage
fighting lack of trim.
2023. The enemy is a bit close to the airfield.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I think our guys on the airfield will take them out.
Pull up, pull up. Altitude, altitude.
That got rid of an awful lot of infantry, so I should be clear for a run. I've probably got to reselect. Yeah, look, they've run out now. But now I'll select that, but I might go into air-to-air mode. So I should be safe now to go in on the trucks with guns without being damaged severely by the infantry that I've now knocked out in the adjacent field. As long as I remember to use the correct reticle, maybe I'll hit them. You know what? My trim isn't working. I haven't got it assigned. I've lost that assignment. Okay, so I've got to fight the lack of trim, as I always probably do. And then at some point I'll have to go back to controls and set up the trim controls. But I'm going to go in on these trucks with guns for now. If I've still got bullets, I've used some.
Altitude, pull up, pull up.
Just used up all my bullets. That wasn't a bad hit, was it?
Stage I 2023. So can I just use a headset with Nick and DCS through aircraft radio?
Yeah, as long as you tell it what mic you're going to use and what speakers you're going to use, you then need to set up a push to talk. But I'll show you that. I'll land, and if I forget, remind me. I'll show you how you set up a push to talk for your radio. So we generally use the frequency 124, which is channel A on the Spitfire, or set it up digitally or according to what you're seeing down there, which you can't because the pilot's there. Way too fast. Burn off some speed. I might even go around. No, I think I can manage this. Throttle is right off. Gear going down. Oh, and I haven't got my air brakes mapped. Darn it. I haven't got my air brakes mapped, so I'm probably going to be going too fast for this. I'll probably run off the end. Full brakes, see if it stops me in time. If not, I'll have to do a sharp swing round and see if that works. No, okay, swing round. Well, looks like I've got away with it. Or not, I'm going to go on the grass. Okay, I got away with it. Badly, but I got away with it. Right, I'm just going to go to settings and show you how you set your mic up for push to talk on radio. So we're going to, from this menu here, we're going to select voice chat. And you'll see that mine is, so R1, actually for this aircraft, I've got it set up as, I've got to move a chat window out of the way, hold on. Right, so for this aircraft, R2 VoIP PTT. So it's Alt, left control and D. Hold on. Yeah, copy Laxor, you copy? He won't hear me. Yeah, copy. Copy.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Right, I'll go back to controls again. So you'll see that for this aircraft, that's for the Spit. That one up there is for the Spit. It's also for other aircraft. For some reason, and I can't remember why, I can't use that for this aircraft for push to talk. So I use R2 volume, R2 VoIP PTT push to talk, and I use left alt, left control and down, and you would use whatever combination suits you best, or if you can get a button to respond, that's fine. It's got that twice for some reason, doesn't need that, but anyway, it's got it there. So that's what you do. Like for the Spitfire, it's left alt control B, and that's what happens. I've programmed.
Assuming I managed to get up off the
button.
ground and managed to fly, okay, I'm going to run CSAR over to the northwest. No, northeast.
Yeah, copy that. I'll jump in the Spit if I can be of any help. Right, so Laxor's going to do CSAR. I'm not sure if you got that. I'm not sure if you got my last transmission, but I'll jump in the Spit and see if I can help.
Yeah, sorry, I was mid-thought. I needed to finish what I was thinking before I could do anything, but yeah, that's fine.
Is that for push to talk? Yes, it's for push to talk on this aircraft. Let's go again. So on this aircraft, my push to talk is R2 VoIP PTT, right? And that is set to a keyboard combination, but I tell my stick using these the target software, I tell my stick to send left alt, left control D. When I pull this button that I'm pushing down, when I put it back towards me, it sends left alt, left control and D. Okay, and then that transmits on the radio. Is that getting there? Does that make sense? I'll jump in a Spit, and when I do that, I push this button down, and when I push that button down, target will send left alt, left control B, and that will allow me to speak on radio for the Spitfire. So I'm going to jump in a Spit again now. So Laxor's going to take a Chinook and he's going to do some, I think he said north west. I don't know where he said now. I'll just follow him anyway. So he's going to go off and do search and rescue to pick up a pilot. As I said, do you remember when I crashed or belly flopped earlier on, and it left a member, a personnel on the ground, which represents me to be collected, and that's what Laxor's going to do. He's going to fly out to where someone has crashed or whatever, left someone as a representative, and he will then pick them up and bring them back and drop them here.
Stage I 2023. Cool.
Yeah, it's a lovely little feature. Another feature which I'm not sure, I can't remember if you'll be aware of, I'll just tell you anyway. These boxes here are crates of stuff, and they get left behind when something is damaged. If I go down to where I shot all those trucks, so each of these is a crate, and Laxor or whoever can jump in a chopper, fly in this direction and sling load one of these crates and take it back to the airfield and drop it. Now if he drops it here, it will be processed as ammo. If he drops it here, it will be processed as fuel, and we can run out. So it makes sense, you know, at certain stages sometimes someone has to go out and collect a few crates so that we've got ammo and fuel again. It's a nice little feature.
2023. DCS
Oh,
is cool.
DCS is definitely very cool. Okay, I can't remember, Steve, are you familiar with the start-up of the Spit? Have I bored you with it enough already, or what? That's Laxor, you can hear in the background, running his engine up to get ready to go collect, and I'll chase up afterwards.
2023. Just crack on. I do remember it had a glitch of some sort.
It can, if you do it wrong, it can glitch, so you have to restart. Okay, first thing I've got to do is get ammo every time. When you're not in a dynamic spawn, you need to get ammo, you need to get armed, so I'm going to do that now.
Request rearming. Copy.
Oops, you see, I've still got my throttles joined together. But now, this one is prop pitch,
Rearming complete.
this one is throttle. I'm not sure why that sounded like an echo. That was odd sound. Let's rearm. I'm going to put my radio on, which on the Spit, as I said, is channel A. And I'll get a quick radio check from Laxor, hopefully. Uh, 49 Laxor radio check. If he's got his radio on. I'm not sure if he was in a Chinook when he spoke to me earlier.
124, was that at me?
Yeah, you copy?
Yeah, I've just got the thing running. I'm just going to test to see how much it's changed. I haven't flown it since one of the patches changed it considerably. But if I'm good for flying it, then I'll head northeast. You're welcome to join.
Northeast, copy. Okay, well I'm just going to get started, taxi and take off.
Okay.
824.
Sounded like undead.
Wait, flying?
Undead's in an F-16.
F-16.
Okay, let's get started. I'll prime. I'll give it 4
Okay, have a taste. Unless you're in Jeep skin, yeah.
I am going to fly over there and show you tasting. Okay.
Crack the throttle. Altimeter. Now for takeoff, I will go through this bit for you, Steg, just as a reminder. For takeoff you do need to set your trims, and I'm going to set nose. If you don't set this, that'll also cause a hefty nose up when you take off, so you need to set that down. A lot of people like it as one division below level. I like it as level. And if you don't do this, yeah, she's going to nose up. That's the other thing. So that's where she wants to be for takeoff. When we're taken off, I'll put it back up to one division above level. Now, I need to also do the rudder trim, which will be full right rudder. Obviously it's not the whole rudder that's going full right, it's only the trim. Okay, so I've set my trims, I'll put the lights on. I've set my trims, I've set my altimeter. I think we're good to roll. I'm loaded, yeah, I'm loaded. So I have the brake fully on.
2023. Under pilot left hand is nose trim wheel.
Yes, that is, yeah, that's the nose trim wheel. I use a button on here which is actually marked nose up. On your HOTAS it's marked up nose down, etc. So I use that. I've set that up, but yes, you could use that, and you can set this to be level or one division below level for takeoff. And the rudder trim full right. Now when you're taking off, you're going to be dancing on the pedals like that to some degree anyway, just to keep us straight. But I'll talk about takeoff. I will just mention takeoff as I'm doing it, just as a reminder, partly because I really want to get you in a spit in here. So brake off, so I can taxi, and brake off and left rudder. To show you what I'm doing with the brake and the rudder pedals, I'll have to probably readjust track IR for that, because I'm trying to look up to see where I'm going and look down so you can see the pedals all at the same time. So if I look up and then center it, that should help. Right, if I leave it like that, I can see where I'm going, hopefully, because I'm also got the rim of my glasses in the way. Hopefully I'll be able to see where I'm going. You can see my feet, you can see the brake lever, so you can see what I'm doing. Here we go. And I want to, as I'm taxiing, I'm going to be at about 14 or 1500 RPM, which is about there. Brake off. There's a kind of sweet spot on the brake where you can, it's applying a bit of braking so that the rudder becomes effective, but not for a rudder. It's becoming effective because you're putting, by using the rudder, you're putting braking on a particular wheel.
I'm airborne. I'm going to start my run out.
Yep, copy that. I'll try and get there.
I can't wait.
July 2023. You using the Zoom slider for rudders?
No, I'm using the actual rudder pedals for the rudder, and I'm using this slider here for the brake. So if I do that, you'll see the brake going on and off. And I'll do that, you're seeing the rudder going, rudder pedals.
July 2023. I don't have pedals.
Right, okay, well you'll need to work your way around that, or get pedals. Okay, I'm pretty much lined up. Now, with whatever you've got for rudder pedals, I don't know how you'll work that, but no doubt you will. When I'm taking off, I'm going to give it full stick back and full right aileron. And then I'll throttle up.
I didn't say crashed into me.
Gradually bringing the stick back to normal position. And by the time I get back to normal, I'm doing about 90 miles an hour, and then I can gently rotate only about that much, get airborne, gear up, adjust my trim, adjust prop pitch and things like that. So let's go for that. Brake off, stick back full right, and you should be able to see my stick gradually coming forward like this as I'm dancing my way along the runway. And then by the time I get back to there, I should be close to 80 miles an hour, and I will then just rotate. Okay, here we go. Make sure that your prop pitch is fully forward, fully fine. Stick is coming forward. I'm throttled up to about boost 8 over here. Way too fast because I was too busy showing you, but that'll work. Gear up.
July 2023. Wonder if you can use DCS and DCS for rudder.
Well, you can certainly set keys up for it, yeah. But I'm not sure how many hands you would have free, because I tend to use the rudder and the throttle and the stick. Sorry, the rudder and the throttle and the stick all at the same time whilst I'm taking off. So I'm not sure how you'll work that. So that's the difference between you and I suppose. Having the rudder pedals makes a big difference. It certainly makes it more genuine. So if you can get yourself some pedals, that would be fantastic.
2023. Or heard about the stick slightly forward on takeoff on wheel split.
It feels good to at least have one aircraft that you can sort of...
That's not what I've heard, and it's not what works for me.
For like 2 months.
Yeah, definitely.
Suppose the thing to remember is it's nose down.
Right.
Well, that's what your nose down is for. I think your nose down trim. Yeah.
I've got Mavericks and Mark 82.
Your nose down trim will help to do that. But trim is only a fine adjustment, obviously.
Stage I 2023. RF speed. Stage I 2023.
You're flying to the left seesaw target.
Yeah, I mean, once you're going fast enough, just the aerodynamics should cause the tail to lift.
PTIs or anything in the way.
Especially with a bit of nose down trim. I never push the stick forward to get the nose up, the nose down and the tail up. I never do that. Maybe I should, but I never do. Right, I've got to find Laxor. There he is. Let's make a turn. Right, so he's very low. There he is. Well, you probably can't see him. If that is him, I'm seeing a black dot, which I'm assuming is him. Well, obviously he's very low, he's about to pick up personnel.
Gunfire in my position.
Copy that, coming
I
back.
copy that, I'm coming in.
Right on.
Yeah, high stitch, high stitch.
Stage I 2023.
Lost an engine.
A family friend who worked in aerospace as a fuel Spitfire fan, so he hope he might learn enough to show him someday.
I might be able to keep going. One engine's a little bit up and down. Oh.
Hang on, I've got to read that. I've got to read that stitch, don't I? Oh, it's stick. Hold on.
Maverick out.
Well, that would be good to be able to show someone, yeah. I've got no idea where those units were now. And that's got to be Laxor.
_945_. Inputting the feeling will make someone buy the Spitfire.
I'm working on it, Stitch. I'm working on it.
Stitch I 2023. Who was that then winking smiling?
Yeah, would. I'm gonna try and get you in a spit, Stitch. And if you can get rudder pedals, that would really make a big difference, I think. We've got 109s nearby, but I'm quite sure they are the passive ones. They're not going to shoot at us.
Stitch underscore 945 underscore. Stitch I know where you're from. Stitch I 2023. In the UK. Stitch underscore 945 underscore. All I thought you named yourself after a German streamer and thought you were a fellow German. Stitch I 2023. No hello now. Stitch I 2023. What you flying, Stitch? Stitch underscore 945 underscore. In trying to learn the A10 just downloaded it. Stitch I 2023. Have you played anything else? Stitch.
Laxor, did you take fire?
Yeah, just
Nearby, I just can't see where they are.
oh no, not here. Not here. I took fire back earlier on, but nothing recently.
Copy that. So Lexor, is that blue envelope the person you're picking up or what?
Yeah.
July 2023. A tone may feel strange to be there.
Trying to avoid using the map as well, so I'm only using the heading directions from dispatch. So I might be a little bit backwards and forwards trying to find it.
Clever. Okay. I'm in the area in case.
I could request smoke.
Yeah.
But there's a high chance that it would trigger the capture crew. So it depends if we've got guns in the area.
I'm in the area, so if you want to go for smoke, I can try and help prevent any issues.
Right.
I'm going to.
Okay then, I will keep your eyes open.
Copy.
Yep,
See smoke.
I see smoke. There is also now ground units in the area. They are to the west, shooting out at me on the tree line.
I just shot at a tree, I think.
No, see the trees you just fired at. There's a line of trees, not parallel, opposite, going.
The trouble is my position is constantly changing.
Alex 181. Hi Bill.
Hello, Alex. Bit busy, hold on. We've got enemy in the area, but I don't know where they are. Lexor's picking up. He's doing a search and rescue.
July 2023.
For some reason I'm not seeing explosions, but I'm getting damage on them. I don't know if my box is working, just not showing it. Or what?
Right, I'm seeing one cargo box just popped in, so yeah, I think you don't have to do something like arming the bombs, do you?
Well, it's nice to have you here,
They're armed
Alex.
already. They're ready. They're armed and everything, and they're dropping. They're just not exploding.
2023. Dear Iron German, why do you ask?
I mean, they're doing splash damage because I dropped 2, killed a bunch of infantry, and got damaged heads from their vehicle. So they're doing some kind of damage. It's not like I'm unlucky and dropped one on its head.
Oh, unfortunately I am not getting lucky because I should have done a restart on the server. Because CISO is not getting in. So I'm gonna sort of slide away a little bit and come back in and see if that causes it to work. I suspect so.
Bombs working now.
But you know, there is not, an error hasn't appeared in Discord, so it's a good sign.
The stream will time. Trophy, congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with the stream chat.
Well, I think I've got him. Yes, I got him. Okay, I've eliminated one of the threats in that area at least.
Yeah, and the CSAR isn't getting on board, so that was a tough run anyway.
So you say he's not getting on board?
Damage or something, but somehow I already have bimbo fuel, so I'm gonna RTP.
Alright, no worries. Yeah, so the CSAR is not getting on board. It approached, but for whatever reason isn't getting on board. I should have done a server restart before I connected. That was my fault.
Well, it was worth it from my point of view. Okay, Stitch, thanks for being there. Catch you again another time. Take care, mate. TTFN.
Stitch I 2023. Okay, Stitch, hope you do well.
I'm RTB.
Yeah, copy. What's the time? It's actually time for me to R2B, really. Although it wasn't actually very functional for you, I was comfortable and happy that I was in an area that you were in doing a CSAR, and I was able to finish off the last of the threats in that area.
Good. My moving map has died.
There's CL109 in here, and I think it's just a passive, but I might as well go for him. He's on the way home.
Yeah, out here it'll be passive.
So that 109 in front of me, that dot, assuming the viewer can see that dot, that's a passive 109. They don't shoot back. They're target practice, and they give you the chance to chase them around, but they don't shoot back. He's on my way home, so I might as well go for him.
I 2023. Are all 109s passive in this?
Hang on a sec.
Runway clear.
I'm out of ammo. No, they're not all passive, Stig. The ones that accompany bombers are very definitely aggressive, and they will gang up on you. So I've gone up there sometimes when the bombers have got escort. I got a few hits, Peach, but I'm not sure whether it was good enough to down that aircraft, but it was enough to upset him, I'm sure. Okay, I'm in fact R2B. Yeah, so the 109's Steg, there are A20s which Laxor had to use as the enemy bomber that come in, and they often have a 109 escort. Now those 109s are very definitely aggressive and they're not stupid, and they will gang up on you.
Yeah, check.
So, just a heads up, obviously I'm not a plane aviation mechanic, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but you do seem to be overheating a bit.
What map you on?
This is the Caucasus map.
Yeah. What it's doing is like there's some really out of the box thinking going on in the cockpit, and I needed to vent all of the hot air that it was generating, and that was the only way of doing it.
Okay, so you're just like venting to atmosphere. Yeah, that's fair.
Right, I'm fully throttled back now. 9 on base, I'm about to turn finals 08.
Roger. The fact that my engines haven't blown up yet is a testament to the fact that there's clearly bugs in this module.
Well, I think that's the fact.
Clear down.
It might be server side because I was looking at your stream and saw that you had flames, but from my actual game, there's nothing coming from the helicopter. So I don't know if it's a module or server.
Flaps are down. Read that in a minute,
Not
Steve.
necessarily server, as it's to say like the server's got a fault, but maybe it's just the way multiplayer works in DCS, this is not syncing properly, so you think you've got more damage than you actually have, and for us you have less?
I don't know, because according to my readout, I only have one engine, which kind of figures because it is the engine that caught fire. What I suspect is that the damage I've sustained is not being
Happy
reflected
with that
and modelled
landing.
out for you lot.
That was very reasonably smooth.
The
Didn't
fact that
bounce
there
and
might
bump.
also be a bug with the damage model, which is preventing the helicopter from blowing up from the damage sustained.
Thank you.
is
Yeah,
also
I'm happy with that
probably
landing.
likely.
It's the best landing I've had for a little while, actually. I used to land very well, and then they started to go a bit pear-shaped.
Well,
That was lucky. Nearly broke my prop. I'll cut my engine, so I'm not planning to take off.
doesn't actually change the characteristics of it too heavily.
Oh, just saw a fancy take off.
I use Batumi airfield a lot. Could probably find my way back. That was probably undead in an F-16 and we just had go over. So that was, for me, there was...
Although maybe that's what it is, I am seeing
There's some good
white
pluses in
smoke
that mission.
coming off the tail, so you're definitely smoking something, but then I'm seeing the flames, but it also could be my angle right now.
I went out with the idea of giving Lexor in his Chinook some cover during a Caesar, and because he asked for smoke from the person to be picked up, that smoke then attracted enemy aircraft, who were then giving ground fire to Lexor during the collection, not during the Caesar, and I was able to take out one of the units.
In fairness, I heavily suspect a bugged damage model.
The pilot didn't get recovered, but that was to do today. That was to do with a bug or something in the system, where the pilot that was going to be picked up is supposed to walk towards the helicopter and get in. He walked towards the helicopter, but he didn't get in. So that's not something that's within Lexor's control. So he didn't. But apart from that, I was able to assist in fending off the enemy fire from the ground units that had moved in due to the smoke. I think Undead must have destroyed some, and there was one unit left still firing, so I was able to clear that up, and that made me feel as though I'd been instrumental in what would have been a Caesar. Lexor Undead, if you copy, I'm now thinking of folding, so I'll leave you guys doing your seesaw thing or whatever you're going to do, and I imagine catch you next week.
Yeah, I'm probably going to call it there as well. Starting to feel a little bit on the tired side, so Caesar is dead until we do a server restart, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll probably call it there.
Yeah, copy that, Lexor. Just gonna talk to my stream. Alex, we are now thinking of ending. Yeah, 2:30, 2:30 AM is our usual finish time. We are beyond that. So I am thinking now that I will be closing.
What
yeah.
do you type to get server info?
Type exclamation mark DCS.
Alex 1AVI. Or man.
You want a bit more, Alex?
Stream elements. At Stegi 2023, we fly on the Lagland server. Join the Discord for server details and more information about the mission. https://discord.gg/yard5gr8q.
Alex, do you want more or what?
Alex 1AVI. If you want to end, it's fine.
Well, when I used to fly in War Thunder, I would say the most difficult part of War Thunder is hitting the yes button when it said, "Are you sure you want to quit?" And it can be that way with DCS as well, although I am kind of tired, so I probably should fold there, but we'll have to get you in earlier. Do you, Alex, I can't remember, do you fly in DCS? Or do you only view?
Alex 1AVI. I was the F4 doing flybys just then.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise you were there, sir. I just assumed, because I knew that I didn't see what aircraft it was. I just assumed it was Undead, because I knew he had an F-16. Oh well, so the thing is, you can still carry on flying if you want, can't you?
Alex 1AVI.
You don't necessarily
My
need
username
me.
is Peplex.
Oh, Peplex, of course, yes, yes. Now I recognise it. We probably need to rationalise the names, so we've only got one name ever. But yes, I recognise Peplex now. I think Laxor's probably chopping his way back to base. Yeah, it looks like he's about to land, if not landed already. Undead is sitting. Mr. Ericsson is there. I'm not sure where Peplex is. Where are you, sir? You must be miles away. I can't see you. We've got Undead, Mr. Ericsson, Laxor, me. Okay, right, well, I think in sensibility I should probably fold now. So, thank you for everybody for being there, and for those who interacted, thank you especially, because it's always good to have the interaction, and if I can get people in here flying a spit, that would be even better.
Alex 1AVI. Have a good one. PT Lingo.
Thanks, Alex.
High
Do you,
wave,
Alex?
high wave.
Before you go, do you ever fly warbirds?
Alex 1AVI. Nup. Alex 1AVI. Planning to later.
Okay, well, later than then, right, is now. That's true to say, isn't it? When you said it, now is later than that point, so you can start flying a Spitfire now. Get yourself a Spit. Get in here. Let's get flying warbirds.
Stage I 2023. You will need some pedals. Alex 1AVI. Stay there.
Stay there? How do you mean? Alex, come back. Stay there, how do you mean? Are you going to surprise me, go off and secretly buy the Spit right now and then come back in and fly it?
Alex 1AVI. Don't move your plane.
Oh, okay. I'm going to get a fly past, am I?
Stage I 2023. He's gonna do a flyby.
Yeah, I can see him now. He wasn't on the map before, but now I'm seeing him. Ah, what? Peplex, you got a Spitfire. What a chap.
Stage I 2023. Top Gun. Alex 1AVI. Trial.
Okay, so there you
Alex
are. I mean,
1AVI.
Alex, if you need any
Sadly.
help, I will stick
Alex
around
1AVI.
now.
I can get it.
How comfy are you with knowing what to do with the Spitfire and how to take it off, etc.? Would it help? I'm always happy to help. I would actually hang on if you want to have a little bit of guidance on using the Spit if you're not used to it.
Alex 1AVI. Let's see if I can take off.
Okay, I'll watch and we'll see what happens. And if it goes pear-shaped, I'll see if I can help you as to why that might have been.
Ghetto Zebras. Good luck, mate. Stage I 2023. This will be interesting.
Okay, I'm going to switch to what to follow Perplex. No pressure, Perplex. What happened there? Oh, you've got a clipped wing. Okay, fair enough. Someone's got to have it, I suppose. I preferred a non-clipped wing. I know it's probably going to perform in a rolling sense better if you want it to, but I love the shape of the whole elliptical wing. Was that an auto start, Alex, or did you go through the procedure?
2023. Why did they clip them?
It makes for faster rolling, I believe.
Like the other one.
Yeah, I think clipping the wings makes them a bit faster on the roll. And in fact, it's that tip, they don't have to, how can I put it, they don't have to cut it off. It's actually a bolt on, as I understand it, so they detach the wing tip. It's bolted on, but if they want to, they detach it.
Stage I 2023. Think I heard that.
Yeah, well, that's the way I understand it. It's not that they have to marmalise the wing; they just have to unbolt the wing tip. Gentle on everything, Perplex.
Stage I 2023. Driving lessons.
Yeah. And you obviously missed the keep off the grass sign. By the way, Alex, oh, you will probably, well, you'll already know that you won't have any ammo unless you asked to be armed at some point when you spawned in. Or unless you took a dynamic spawn. Right, shall I shut up, Alex, and just let you go for it, or do you want any pointers? Oops.
Alex
Maybe,
1AVI.
maybe the pointers would have been a good idea. I'm still here. If you want to respawn.
Alex 1AVI. How do I get out of this?
You're going to have to just hit escape and respawn.
Stage I 2023. Good try though. I need to learn to.
Yeah, I mean you're taxiing across on the grass there, so apart from the gardener not being happy about that, maybe it was you know, that was a task in itself. Now, obviously you're using auto start because you're getting started extremely quickly, but that's fine for now.
Stage I 2023. Cricket pitch man.
Alex, what you could do is do a 180 here and take off on this taxiway if you wanted to. Okay, we're rooting for you. Make sure your brake is off before you pull away. Otherwise you will nose over.
Stage I 2023. Visit code 183.
You made it, well done. No, it's not full throttle, it's you take it up to about 7 boosts. Thought he might stall out there, and I suspect he hasn't set trims, but he got away with it. It's like any landing you can walk away from is good, and any takeoff that doesn't kill you is probably good too. But with a few tips there, Alex, you would get a very smooth takeoff. Yeah, possibly.
Stage I 2023. My fuel level okay though with nose forward.
Flew level with nose forward. I'm not sure what you mean. I think he is fighting, looking at that, I would say he's fighting trims.
Stick forward.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, if you didn't set your trim in the first instance, your trim is set to do 2 divisions of nose up. So you would need to keep the nose, your stick forward for that. But that's why when you set your trim, you set it to level.
I've got to find the perfect trim.
For flight, 1 division of nose up. And for your rudder, set your rudder trim so the double D of the word rudder is at 12 o'clock. You've also got your flaps down. Take your flaps up. Take your flaps up.
Stage I 2023. Ended up on full trim.
Your flaps are down at the moment, Alex. Your gear is down. Your gear is down.
Alex 189.
So you need gear up and flaps up. G will bring your gear up, that's the normal toggle, and F is probably the toggle to get your flaps up. Okay, your flaps are up, your flaps are good, your gear is coming up. Okay, your gear is up, your flaps are up, you're good. Set your trim for nose down to 1 division of nose up, and rudder trim so that the double D is at 12 o'clock. It almost looks like you're still fighting trim there, Alex.
Stage I 2023. You did pack your parachute.
You're in a dangerous area from ground units there, as you can probably tell. Alex, is she flying by herself yet? Will she fly straight and level by herself, hands off? Yeah. So Alex, what happens when you take your hands off the stick and off the throttle? Not off the throttle, hands off the stick and the rudder, etc. Right, so can you see your trim gauge? The nose down trim. No hands right now, and she's climbing and doing all sorts of stuff, but she should be flying straight and level with no trim, with no hands. So you need to adjust your trim. You need to set your nose down trim to be 1 division of nose up. Not more, but probably not less. Did you just adjust your trim, Alex? Because it suddenly seemed to even off.
Alex 189. Yes.
Okay, so now make sure your rudder trim is set so that the double D of the word rudder on your rudder trim knob is at 12 o'clock. Double D at 12 o'clock. Eventually, by just gentle adjustments on those two, you should get her to fly on her own, hands off, straight and level.
Alex 189. Yeah.
Excellent. Good, good, good. Are you hands off?
Alex 189.
Excellent. Well done, sir. Well done, well done. See, a few little tips go a long way, don't they?
Alex 189. Oh no. Alex 189.
Okay, we'll give it a little nudge nose down. So get your nose down trim to show accurately at one division of nose up. And of course it depends a bit on your speed, so if you find you're still climbing or diving, you might have to adjust your nose up, nose down trim a little bit to accommodate that speed. I suspect that in reality your prop might have been digging in the ground on that pass, but nevertheless, good, good, good.
Stage I 2023. Alex 189. No cutting weight handle. Alex 189. From dodging missiles.
So is she now flying much more controllably now you've set the trims?
Alex 189. Yes.
Good. Just goes to show how important trim can be. You're not fighting it. If I forget to set my trim, I find that taking aim at ground vehicles can be a problem because you're constantly fighting the trim. It depends. Was it a dynamic spawn or an ordinary spawn? Because if it's a dynamic spawn, you probably have. Oh, you've got ammo. Well, there you are. There's the test. If you spawn in a normal spawn, generally speaking, you're going to need to ask to be armed. You appear to have taken some gunfire. You've got peppering on your wings.
Stage I 2023. There's gonna be a whole bunch of sweet pilots here soon.
Well, I hope so, Steve. I hope so. See, when I fly the F-16, I move the stick and it's like the airplane says, oh, hang on a minute, and then it does it. But when I fly the Spit, I move the stick and it does it. There's no delay, it just does it. I have to set the flaps or not, and the only time I use flaps in a Spitfire, of course, is when I'm landing. You never use flaps for takeoff on a Spitfire. That's a 109 if you go for it. It's a passive 109, but go for it. Nice, nice. He won't shoot back at you. The ones with the blue wings won't shoot back at you.
To turn Titan F-16 drop the throttle. Make the move then throttle back up.
You're doing him some good damage there, Alex. Oh yes. He's not gonna make it back to base.
Alex 189. Stage 2023. The only flight for Alex booked so far was DCS free flight.
Well, it'd be lovely to see you fully fledged in a Spitfire, cold start, manual start. We can get you through that, no trouble. That's effectively a kill.
2023. This has inspired me LOL.
Oh, that's really good to know. Has it inspired you enough to save up and grab yourself some rudder pedals? Because that would make a difference that you'd really love.
Alex 189. I got pedals on Christmas.
Great, ain't they, Alex? Pedals, brilliant. I wouldn't want to. Oh well, I simply wouldn't fly without them now. If I didn't have pedals, I wouldn't be flying.
Alex 189. I flew with the twist stick.
Oh, the twist stick. Oh yeah, that would frighten me.
2023. Has Alex got pedals?
Yeah, Alex has got pedals now. Yeah. Oops. Too low enough.
Alex 189.
Try a nice gentle belly flop, Alex.
Stage 2023. Well. Alex 1AVI. Watch and learn.
Ooh.
Alex 1AVI.
Absolute, yeah, absolute butter landing there, Alex. Yeah, well done. Smooth as you could possibly be. So, Alex, are you going to buy now?
Stage 2023. That was
It was,
entertaining.
wasn't it? It was entertaining and, as you said, inspiring and I hope encouraging. So is Alex going to
Alex
buy a
1AVI.
Spitfire now?
Not yet.
What do you need to make you buy the Spitfire? It's on sale.
Alex 1AVI. I will.
That's what I like to hear.
Stegi 2023. Give him the money lol. Alex 1AVI.
No one bought it
Yeah.
for me.
Alex 1AVI. Why is it so much?
Why? Well, it's not. It's only about. Hang on, where are you? I can't remember, Alex. I can't remember what country you're in. Sorry, sir. Where are you?
Alex 1AVI. It's like 40 out.
I thought it was about 25 quid in UK on the sale.
Stegi 2023. Australia. Alex 1AVI. Yes.
Hang on, I'm just online having a look.
Alex 1AVI. 35 out. Stegi 2023. I'm sure it went on sale at some point.
It's currently showing us 25, basically 25 American dollars. I'm not sure what the conversion is, but 25 US dollars. What's that in Australian dollars? Oh, 35. Yeah, okay. Well, is that all right? I mean, that's not a bad price compared with other stuff.
35.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, I mean, if you bought an F-16, that's way more, isn't it?
Stegi 2023. Got to be worth it for this so much fun. Alex 1AVI. I just don't think I wanna do Warbirds right now.
Oh, I love the Warbirds. The jets hold no magic for me. They're just sort of, oh, I don't know. I won't say boring, but almost boring. F-18
Ghetto Zebras.
is 39,
Will
40
you do a
American
startup?
dollars.
Stegi
Will I do a startup?
2023. Lost him already, sad smiley.
Ghetto Zebra, you want me to show you the startup of a Spitfire?
Alex 1AVI. At Stegi 2023 me. Ghetto Zebras. Doesn't have to be a rush. Next time you go up.
Well, that tends to be like by a week or so, but I'm very happy to do a spit startup at least for you right now. Hold on. I'm going to spawn in a spit.
Ghetto
And
Zebras.
I'll do a startup.
Awesome.
Right. The first thing I'm going to do is get armed and change my livery, and you'll see why. If you look at that, that's Kilo Hotel Bravo. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change it to RAF standard, and you'll see when I click it, you'll see that colorations change.
Request rearming.
Right, now I'll jump out, and you see why I chose this aircraft. Look, BILL1949. Lex will set that up for me.
Bill.
Yeah. Lex will set that one up for me. So that aircraft has been set up specifically for me to fly, but obviously other people can choose it. But he set it up for me.
Rearming complete.
Right, so to start up, the first thing with a Spitfire you need to make sure you do is put the brake on.
Very nice.
I just realised I said a load of stuff that you wouldn't have heard, so I wasn't pushing my button. So we've got the brake fully forward, fully on, the prop pitch fully forward, fully fine. Okay. If you don't put the brake on like that, when you start the engine, she will be pulling forward. She'll be rolling forward onto the grass ahead of you. I bet that's Laxor. He's wondering why is Bill 49 still here, because he said he was going yonks ago. Right, so I'm going to put my radio on, because we use radio. That's how we communicate in this. We communicate by using the radio. That's channel A, which is 124 Hertz. That's what we use. Whoever it is putting out some flares for me. Let's have a look. Oh, it's Perplex, of course. Right, so we haven't even thought about starting the aircraft yet, have we? We got a bit of distraction there. So to start the aircraft, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the panel lights on. May not need to, but I'm going to put them on. I'm going to open the covers for the starter and booster buttons. I'm going to turn on the fuel pump, which you might or might not hear. In fact, you almost certainly won't hear it, especially with the chopper rolling around. And then I'm going to open the fuel cock. Right, fuel cock is open. I'm ready to push my buttons. I'm going to prime the engine. I'm going to give it 4 pumps. Unlock that. 4 pump. Relock it, and now I'm going to push those 2 buttons at the same time. Now obviously I can't do that with the mouse. I'm going to use my, hang on, delete and end keys. That's the only time I touch the keyboard almost. I use my delete and end keys. That pushes the the starter and the booster buttons, the engine will turn over. When it starts to catch, I will flick that lever forward, the mixture lever forward. I've got a button around the back here that does that. I'll flick that forward and the engine will be running. Double check that the brake is on. We'll do that now. First of all, crack the throttle a bit, about this much. Right, so throttle is cracked, magnetos are not yet on, so let's put the magnetos on. Now I've primed it, magnetos are on, fuel is on, fuel pump is running. I'll push those two buttons and then flick that mixture lever forward. That's the start up. How does that feel, Ghetto? For those interested in the Spit, I don't use the DCS Spitfire sound. I use the Echo 19. You're welcome, Ghetto. This sound that we're getting from the Spitfire engine is from Echo 19. It's a beautiful sound, especially when you open it. I'll tell you what I'm going to take off, because I'm going to take off and close the cockpit, close the canopy, and then I'm going to open it, and you'll hear a very airy sound and like almost a phasing effect from the prop wash. Ghetto, are you aware of how to use the brakes on a Spitfire for taxiing?
Ghetto zebras. No, not aware.
Okay, I'm going to explain that. Are you likely to get the Spitfire, or is it just out of interest?
Ghetto zebras. Looking into trialing Spit.
Okay, well, I definitely want you to do that. Right,
Ghetto
so
zebras.
for the Spitfire,
Love warbirds.
good. That's one of my favourite phrases. Love warbirds. That's one of my favourite phrases. Right, so the way you taxi in a Spit, to change direction, you need to, if you want to turn to the left, you give it left rudder and apply some brake. That puts braking on just the left wheel so that it slews round. If you put braking on in the neutral position of the rudder, it will put braking on both wheels, and obviously if you've got right rudder forward, it will put braking on the right wheel. So I'm gonna, before I go any further, I'm gonna adjust my altimeter and my trims, because they are important.
My P, ROP. Ghetto zebras. Gotcha.
That's the altimeter set. Now for takeoff, I'm going to set my nose down trim to 1 division.
Bill, you're gonna need a name for the squadron.
For the I said that wrong. I'm going to put my nose down trim, or my nose trim, to nose level. Hold on. Some people like to have 1 division of nose down. I'm finding that level trim suits me fine. So there we are, that's set to level. Now I'm going to adjust my my rudder trim, and the rudder trim needs to go fully round to the right. It's not full right rudder, because all you're moving is the little trim tab, but the trim tab is moving fully right. Okay, so my trims are set, my altimeter is set. I've already explained how to move, and I'll try to, it's difficult, I have to look up to see where I'm going, but I have to look down so you can see my rudder pedals and my brake lever, but try to look at my brake lever and my rudder pedals as I go. Now I want to move that direction, So I'm going to give it full left rudder, throttle up a little bit to about 1500 RPM, or 14 or 15, about there, and then I'll apply some brake to make it turn in that direction. But I'm trying to show you what I'm doing. It's only look at how tiny movements on that brake lever. I'm trying to show you what I'm doing with the rudder pedals and the brake lever. Right, it's right rudder and a bit of braking. To turn left, it's left rudder and a bit of braking. And there is a sweet spot where you can just kind of leave the brakes slightly on, and when you move the pedals it'll change from left to right wheel. Bearing in mind the reason we're doing this is because at slow speeds the air across the rudder is not going to do anything. It's not going to change your direction at slow speeds. There's not enough air flowing over the surface. Ghetto, have you got rudder pedals?
Sheepdog. Good evening.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yes.
Makes a big difference. Right, I'm going to stop there a minute. I'm gently putting on my brake so that it doesn't suddenly stop and nose over. The spit will easily nose over if you put your brake on quickly. I'm going to put my lights on. At the moment you'll see there's no navigation lights showing at the moment. I'll put them on. There's a switch there for that. There's the nav lights if I jump out. So there's your port and starboard lights. I'm going to show you another thing which is purely of interest. If we set these switches here like this, that one up and that one up, this here becomes a Morse code key. If I jump out, I've actually mapped that to a key on the keyboard. Not that I ever use it, but just to show you. If I jump out, I'll hit the M key on the keyboard, and the purpose of that is if my radio was to get shot up, I would still be able to communicate with the section by Morse code. And you'll see, look at the ground underneath the aircraft.
Awesome, haha.
So we're not going to use it, but that's just a fact. That's what they have.
Purchased the 51p and normally map as well as the assets on the last sale and have not touched DCS since. Got a new GPU today and giving it a go.
Oh, excellent stuff. Grab sheepdog. Grab yourself a spit on trial. And be happy to come here, and we'll get you flying in a spit more quickly than you otherwise might. I'm quite sure of that. Oh, another thing I was going to show you. Once again, this is purely out of interest. I'm going to ask you a question. Give you a few seconds to think. What do you think these blobs here are all about?
Stage I 2023. Bill Spitcliffe.
So what do you think? What do you think these blobs are here? What are they? What are they for?
July 2023. Look like bulbs. Stuffed sheepdog. Can't see them very well.
Well, there's the clue. When I close up on it, you can see what they're for. So, just to explain, there's a cable here going into this unit here. This unit here unplugs, and in it there's one of these, because the Spitfire...
Sheepdog. LOL, are those fuses?
No, they are bulbs. I'll zoom in again, hold on. Spare filaments for reflector sight. Okay? You unplug this, you pull this out, because with all the bouncing around of takeoff and gunfire, the element in this bulb that lights this up can blow.
Ghetto zebras. Instunted.
I'm not sure what stunted means, but does it mean amazed or something?
23. Only shine forward.
Yeah, because and that's right. They got silvering on them, so that they only shine in the right direction. They don't go all over the place, so they reflect up and they cause this illuminated sight to be visible.
Ghetto zebras. So what are they? Sorry.
So they are light bulbs. So if you're in combat, or you want to go into combat, and this light isn't, this reticle isn't lit up, it's probably because the bulb has blown with all the vibration. The element in the bulb that's in here, one of these, is blown. It's not LEDs in those days, they were like incandescent bulbs, obviously. So if your sight isn't working and the bulb is blown, you unplug that, you pull it out, take out the bulb, discard it somewhere, get one of these spare bulbs, plug it into here, then plug that unit back in, and you're back on. You're back ready.
Ghetto zebras. Also some spares.
Yes.
Smart. July 2023. Site is powered by a bulb. Lamp.
Yes. A lamp,
Sheepdog. I might get the Spit one day. Great turn fighter. The 51P is the easiest to get into from what I heard.
It's not so easy for the startup. It's more complex for the startup, but it's easier maybe for takeoff and landing. Yeah, but with a little bit of knowledge, the Spitfire becomes as easy. Just needs that little bit of knowledge. So grab yourself a Spit on trial. That costs nothing, and it gives you 2 weeks to try it. So now I'm going to take off. I can't remember why I was going to do this. I've forgotten what I was going to do. Too much talking I'm doing. But I'll take off, and I'll explain basically the takeoff in the Spit. So it's stick back, full right aileron and throttle up. Demo, throttle up, and when you throttle up, you're going to push the throttle up until your boost gets to in the region of this. I'll zoom in. And so your boost gauge gets to the region of somewhere between 8 and 12, and at that time you're going to be hurtling along the runway. You're going to be dancing on your rudder pedals like this to keep us straight, and you're going to be gradually letting the stick come back to its normal position. By the time it gets to 90 miles an hour, it will be back to its normal position. 303s. This one also has 20 millimeters. By the time you've got your stick back to its normal position, that should coincide with getting up to about 90 miles an hour. You would then rotate just about that much. That's all. And then let her lift off, bring the gear up. That would tend to make the nose dip, so be prepared to counteract that. And then adjust your trims. So for flight, your trim wants to be one division of nose up. and then you bring your rudder trim back so that the double D of the word rudder on this knob here is at the 12 o'clock mark. So let's do that. I mean, I've not said everything because I've also got to adjust the prop pitch. That's this one here. When I'm airborne, I'll adjust the trim and I'll adjust the prop pitch to give 2,700 RPM on here.
Got it.
Okay, well let's give that a try. Now when you first try this, even with all this information, it may well not work. You just got to feel it a couple of times, but with this information you'll get flying a lot quicker, and the spit response. You fly in an F-16 and you move the stick and it thinks about it. You fly in a spit and you move the stick and it does it. Right, stick back, full right, throttle up. So I'm going to throttle up now. And if you try and keep an eye on this gauge here, well, two gauges, that one there to see that I'm getting up to about somewhere between 8 and 12 boost, and this gauge here, when I get to about 90 miles an hour, that's when I'll rotate and then I'll bring the gear up. Let's do it. Mind, as I'm hurtling along the runway for takeoff, I'm gradually letting the stick come back to its normal position. Here we go. Right, and the fatal mistake I nearly made is, look, I left my brake on. Obviously I've got to take my brake off, and that's the trouble with talking about it, you forget to do things. Taking the brake off now. If I'd carried on, she would have nosed over. Let's do it again. There we go. About 90, stick back, gear up, adjust my trim. Put my rudder trim back.
You know why the Spiffy acts so good. Pop the 5 plus the weight of the engine. Get those Evans. Sounds awesome. Get those Evans.
Oh, that's what I was going to do. Hang on. I'll close the canopy. Right, so that's just the sound of the engine sitting inside the aircraft. But if I then open the canopy again, you'll hear the difference in sound, or at least I hope you will. It's beautiful. You're getting like an airy sound, you're getting like the vibes, you're getting like a phasing sound almost from the prop. So that's from Echo 19 and it's free, or at least mine was. Yeah, I think you get the wind with the DCS version. And prop. And the other thing is, when you come into land, when you get close to the runway, the engine sound gets a bit louder. Yeah, probably exhaust. The engine gets a bit louder because what's happening is you're getting the reflected sound off the runway that you can't hear when you're high up. When you get close to the runway, you hear that reflected sound of the engine, so the engine sounds a bit louder. So they built that into it as well. It's excellent. Right, now she's climbing slow.
Stage I 2023. Great detail from DCS.
Yeah. So you just nudge the trims until she flies by herself. Right, she's at 3,000 feet, so what I'm going to do is invert, pull the stick back and make a 180 degree. Before I do that, I should turn on my sight and my guns just in case. So now I'm going to invert and make a turn, a 180. Notice it went a bit grey there? Well, that was G forces, and of course you don't have a G suit in a Spitfire.
If you trim the prop wrong, does it suffer from stall?
Trim the prop. Well, actually, that's something that because I've been talking, I haven't done. What I should have done is pulled back my RPM, to, my prop pitch to give 2,700 RPM. I'll do that now. Then I'll pull my throttle back to give about 7 or 8 boosts, and apparently she will fly all day like that quite happily. I think if you don't have your trim right, you're just fighting it all the time. So to aim at something when your trim is wrong is more difficult because you're fighting what the aircraft is trying to do by itself. That's pretty reasonably trimmed. Right, what we're at, I like to be at a couple of thousand feet before I do that manoeuvre, so let's climb. There we are, 2,500, I'll level off. Invert and stick back. And it's not, look, I'm not pulling the stick back much. Now we're not hearing much of a change in volume, if any, because we're travelling too fast. But when you come into land, that change in volume does become noticeable.
Schedule 2023. Do this factory charges. I'm gonna go hop on a Normandy practice server for a bit.
Have twin charges? What, you mean turbocharged? I don't know, I never use that. Pretty stupid really when it comes to the Spitfire. I just love it, even though I'm stupid about it. Okay, sheepdog, enjoy your thing. I'll probably be closing soon because in theory I closed over an hour ago.
The supercharged induction.
I've never really used that, to be honest. I should, and I should know about it, but I don't. That's a pure, honest, open admission. I'm going to go for a landing just to see how it goes and to demonstrate. I'm closing the canopy because that's probably the way it would be. So I'm going to come in on 08, which is that far end of the runway. Throttling back to lose a bit of speed now. Now when I land, I want to push my prop pitch fully forward, fully fine, and open the canopy when I'm slow enough.
I think that the Spitz had a supercharger in the later models. I do believe that honestly they weren't high altitude fighters, so they didn't really need them.
Very possibly true. Right, I'm going to open my canopy. And there's that lovely sound again. So now I want to try and make a turn, control my speed, come into the runway, and at 140 I want to put my gear down. And then at about 120 I'll drop my flaps. And I'll try to land at round about 90 to 100. Okay, turn in base. Put my gear down. Gear is going down. I'm pulling back on the stick of fraction because of the resistance of the gear. Prop pitch is fully fine. Flaps are going down. That causes the nose to dip, so I counteract that with a bit of stick back. Gradually pulling the throttle back.
England had ordered the B-38S without superchargers because they weren't fighting above 15,000 feet.
That was a ropey landing, but it's a walk away. Our landings are not very predictable. They weren't fighting above 15,000, yeah.
Ghetto zebras. Also,
Last landing was much better than that. That was a very ropey landing. I'm sorry about that. What I would normally do now is move to one side, stay on the runway, but move to one side and, if necessary, get repaired and get rearmed and be on one edge of the runway so that aircraft can still go past me for takeoff.
July 2023. So was something to do with airflow through the engine at altitude.
Well, thinner air at altitude, yeah. Right, I'll cut the engine, which I can do by adjusting the mixture lever. Well, considering I expected to be turning in, or at least not turning in, I never do that early, but quitting at 2:30 and it's now 3:55 roughly. That was actually quite a good extension because I feel as though I've explained a few things. I feel as though people have benefited from that, and hopefully you've enjoyed it.
July 2023 was good though.
Good.
Stubbed sheepdog. Pretty much, the thinner air is bad for aircraft performance. July 2023. Great show, Bill.
Thank you, Steg. I hope that it's been of use is the point. And maybe I'm being selfish, but it's partly because I want to show people. I want people to have as little resistance to the Spit as possible because I love it. So if I can show a few tricks and benefits of it,
without a doubt, thank you for that.
Excellent. Oh, that's good, Ghetto. Thanks for that. If I can get people interested by making the Spit flyable, more flyable, and it not immediately, we don't, anything that's worth doing doesn't happen immediately probably, but just give it a few tries, and come into this server and find me on the weekend. We fly Fridays and Saturdays. In this server, I'll be very happy to jump in a spit alongside you and talk about the things that I've just said, but so much of it is going to be forgotten initially. Oh, just a point there. See this? That's the flap lever, of course. I'm putting it up because when you're on the ground and the engine's running, those flaps, let's jump out. The flaps actually cover up. There we go. The flaps obstruct the venting for the cooling radiators. So when you've landed, as soon as you've landed, you need to get the flaps up so that you can still get your cooling. Yeah, so I'm very happy for I wouldn't be here, would I? Otherwise, I would have quit over an hour ago. But I'm very happy to encourage people to join in with a spit. Yeah, I mean, once again, this is something I sort of really only came across the reasoning for it fairly recently. I've learned stuff about the Spitfire that I wouldn't have known before. I wouldn't have known about the reticle, the light bulbs, and the Morse code. I wouldn't have known about that. It's only since I've been in DCS and you found out a few things in that way. So I'd just like to encourage people to get into a spit and ideally fly in this server, because this is the only one I fly in. It's a great little server that was the mission was designed by Laxor, and he's included some really nice stuff in it, such as like search and rescue and picking up crates. So if I once again scroll in, let's go to a relevant area. When you shoot, when you destroy something, an enemy unit, they've gone. When you destroy an enemy unit such as these, it leaves behind a crate, and that crate, and they look like this. That crate can be picked up by a chopper, taken back to the airfield. I'm not sure what those ones are all about. Let's see if we've got any others. No, I'm not seeing. Oh, there we are. There's some. So those crates, these are enemy units that were destroyed, left the crate behind. They can be picked up by choppers and brought back to here, back to the airfield. If they're dropped off by the chopper just here, they get processed as ammo.
Are they picked up by AI?
No, they can. But no, they're only picked up by people that here in this mission that jump in the chopper and go and pick them up. They're picked up by players. So you have to go and pick them up yourselves if you want to get them, and if you don't, the airfield could run out of ammo, could run out of fuel. So there's that consideration. But if you drop the crate here, it gets processed as ammo. If you drop the crate here, it gets processed as fuel. This landing pad here is for when someone picks up an airman from somewhere else. I don't know, let's suppose an airman went down just there and he puts out a message saying I need to be picked up. So a chopper goes out, a player in a chopper goes out, picks him up, brings him back, drops him off just there, and he says something like, "Thanks chaps, I'll see you in the NAFI." So there's a few nice things about it, but it's also very friendly, and we help each other. I love to help people, especially flying the Spit. I love to help people out with that.
Stage I 2023. What if you got confused and dropped an airman in the fuel dump?
Well, actually, he probably just wouldn't get out. So he'll only get out if you land on that pad. But of course, the crates have to be dropped within a certain perimeter of the ammo processing or the fuel processing. Yeah, he just won't get out, because what happens is when you go pick up someone, what you can ask for them to give some smoke. So that it's not really a person, it's just an AI. So that appears when an aircraft crashes or gets shot down or whatever. The AI, like the infantryman, it shows as an infantryman, just stands there and waits. But you can ask for that infantryman to put up smoke, so you can see exactly where he is. Then in your chopper you fly towards that smoke, you go pick him up. But the enemy can also see that smoke, so as you get closer you might find you're taking ground fire from enemy units that have moved in because they've seen the smoke. So it's all quite nicely done. So when Laxor, say, goes out to pick up someone, to pick up an AI, search and rescue, when he goes out to pick up a pilot, I might accompany him, so that, because he's in a Chinook, they've got guns of course, but if I'm in him there, if I'm there, I can also accompany him and give a little bit of extra protection if the smoke attracts enemy that fire back. So it's all quite nice, but it's also very friendly. We will do player versus player dogfight, but only by common consent. We don't just go and attack someone. We arrange with someone to say, right, I'll meet you in square such and such or whatever of the map, and we do a head-on pass, and then after that anything goes. It's a dogfight. So I think I need to fold now. What? It's 4 o'clock. I think I need to fold. Thanks everyone for being there. Thanks for the questions and the interest, and hopefully people will look at the Spitfire and get it on trial. It's not going to cost you anything. And of course I also qualify that by saying ideally you want,
I think I need to get some sleep.
yeah, ideally you want the right stuff. You want pedals, and ideally you want head tracking, but I'm sure people can get by without that. I wouldn't. I'd be useless without pedals and head tracking, but many people will get by. So I'm going to fold. Thanks for being there, especially Steg, who's asked lots of questions, and Alex, who's been very much involved there, if you're still there, and maybe catch you again. And of course Ghetto, of course, yeah.
The spit bill. Much appreciated.
You're most welcome, Ghetto. Come back another time, please. Ideally to this mission in a Spitfire, and we can get on the aircraft radio, choose a different channel, talk to each other on the aircraft radio, and get going. We can get flying in Spits. I'd love to do that. So take care everybody. I'll fold now. So we fly roughly from somewhere before midnight on Friday and Saturday through to the early hours.
Cool, bye for now.
Yep, take care folks, thanks for being there. TTFN.
Ghetto zebras. Take care.
And you, sir. I'm just going to come out back to the main page, and then I'll eventually close the stream. I see that I've got a viewer coming on YouTube as well. YouTube viewer, are you able to say a quick hello, goodbye? There is of course there is a delay between me saying and you hearing, and then you responding and me hearing. There is a delay, so I'd give a number of seconds for that to happen. Okay, well I think that's enough time for to cater for any delay. So thanks for being there once again. I'm going to close the stream right now, and catch you all hopefully next week. Take care. TTFN.